Can a battleground pop? Yes, they can. Battlegrounds can pop. Could it though? Could it happen right now, please? Guys. I'm Morgan Freeman. Wieners. Nothing but wieners. I guess I could start. I could go get the PvP helmet. That would be helpful. Merciless Gladiator. I'm not good enough for the shoulders. Tried to watch a documentary. YouTube used to be so much better than it is, like, as far as, like, what people, like, quality of shit, I guess, at some point in time. People took it more, not to say they don't take it seriously, it's just, there's so much garbage that it's hard to watch anything. Really? I need to tell where the fucking thing is coming from. Six Catholic buyer demands. Here we go. Here we go. Only can do so much, man. I'm getting like thrown around this match. It seems like I probably need more resilience or something. At least like world PvP, maybe. I don't really know. What the fucking spell penetration? Want to chime in here and fucking keep these guys from resisting everything? Possibly. Possibly. There's only one item I probably need blue, 2 blue, 10 spell pen gems, and the rest I can probably put regular. Oh, fucking three moon kindreds. What on earth? You get 15% chance to crit. Right. Doesn't work that way, but any reason at all? Point the wrong direction? I mean, I should have had that by then. God damn it, dude. How much health does that guy have? For fuck's sakes. You can heal through it, but how annoying is it? Dur, 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 dur. Okie dokie. Well, I'm sorry to hear that about your missing cat, but sure hope you find that missing cat, mister. That noise. I hear a noise somewhere. Oh, it's my coffee maker. I'm like, what the fuck is that noise? What do you think about the idea that I had? The idea that what we could do is you can fork or stake your NFT and us convert your. Because I keep thinking of like, they always show this picture, right? They have like Logan Paul. He's got this goddamn NFT he paid like $750,000 for, and it's worth like $12 today. You're like, well, okay, it's got a cool design and all that stuff, but like if you wanted that to be your AI, the idea would be, well, you could stake it, stake coins or something, pay for the service, then we can convert it to an AI possibly, and then that way you're like, oh, well, I paid a lot for this thing, right? It's not worth as much now. Not that he gives a shit, I'm sure, or maybe he does, I don't really know, but a way of kind of like giving people, like giving a place for all this shit that people purchased and have, like they paid a whole lot for some of this stuff. Some of these memes and or NFTs rather, like they paid a whole shitload for the things, and some of them are kind of lame, but some of them look pretty cool. If you've ever, I don't know what the process consists of, but I think if it's gotten to the point where all you have to do is scan the fucking thing to convert it to AI or 3D or whatever, but I also like the idea of not just converting it to something that looks or appears to be 2D, like mimicking what it looks like to be 3D, but to actually have like the actual 3D part of it, and then that's like one step closer to any of these things actually being able to be drag and drop and placed into a video game. You get what I'm saying? But like he's got that NFT, they always show like he purchased this at the height of the NFT craze, and now it's worthless. Well, he probably likes the character, likes the way it looks, but what do you do with it now? I'm sure he's not hurting for it or whatever, but it would be cool to be able to give some of those things a second life. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't necessarily be our responsibility to make it worth what you think it's worth, what you paid or whatever, but well, it's not our responsibility, but you get what I'm saying. Like our mission could be to like revitalize some of those things and kind of like, well, what it requires is you need to lock the NFT on our platform, and then we'll reissue you a new NFT that is compatible with our system, or figure out a way to write the code to incorporate other. But the thing is, like, maybe you'd have to apply, submit, and lock tokens. You get what I'm saying? There's like a process. Like plus, if anything that takes any token out of circulation. So when they say like, oh, currently 32.8% of people, the highest level of Ethereum staked since 2018 or whatever it was. You're like, yeah. So if we have a burn, anything that you can do, man, like um, to take tokens out of circulation, to burn tokens, to stake tokens, to lock tokens, to whatever, all those things are really, really like those are what makes and separates piece of shit projects from good ones. All these fucking people. God damn it, dude. You know what I mean? And if you can, like I said, now what I'm trying to do is give some utility to these things that have a value apparently, but have no utility. And I still like I fail to see why. But it would only make them more valuable if they had some use. You know what I mean? Some use case or whatever. Like so, coming up with a way to kind of revitalize where people purchase all these NFTs, possibly. Um, to do that for one, and then the meme coin thing, giving those some sort of utility. And what's interesting though is what I saw earlier, and I'm like, whether or not I'm intentionally drawing inspiration from this or not, it seems to be something that I'm familiar with. Like some of the first dollars I ever made were selling stones of Jordan to make fucking Annihilus charms. If you were familiar, Diablo 2, right? So the video I seen on TikTok earlier explains it pretty good, but there's a few parts of it that are interesting. If tidbits of information, if you were ever one of the people to come across this. So they had item dupers that had somehow managed to inject whatever type of malicious code into the thing or whatever to duplicate, or found out a way to duplicate Diablo items, right? And the guy they had duplicated these like really rare things that were basically, they became the de facto currency for not World of Warcraft, the de facto currency for Diablo. So like the gold system kind of went to the wayside, and then the Stone of Jordan economy kind of. But the thing is, duplicators figured out how to dupe them, and their people had thousands and thousands of them. So what they did is they patched the method that they could use to duplicate the Stones of Jordan and introduced a new boss. And what was the thing? To get the new boss to spawn, you had to go to the vendor and you had to sell the items that were previously duplicated. Now, you didn't know if they were or weren't, but most of them were duplicated items, right? And to get the Diablo clone to spawn, the Diablo clone, the boss, right, it would spawn randomly in your game. You'd have to have a specially geared paladin, basically character that could kill him, or an Amazon, or a wizard, or a sorceress, or whatever the fuck they're called, sorceress rather. Uh, there are people that had rolled entire characters dedicated just to killing the Diablo clone, right? And then what happened is, around that time, I figured out about this, or found out about this. Well, one of my friends, one of these guys that kind of mentored me growing up and that kind of thing, showed me for starters how to. He didn't show me how to duplicate the Stones of Jordan because I think that was already patched. But there was a way of selling the Stones of Jordan to the vendor to get them to spawn the boss, and then resetting the server, and then you would get your Stones of Jordan back, right? Resetting the game. I forget how to do it exactly. So you could spawn the Diablo clone, and then, which makes me wonder if the guy worked for Blizzard or something, because I don't know how the fuck he knew all this shit. He always had this, like, he just knew all this shit, dude. It was crazy. He taught me all sorts of crazy stuff. Um, how to set up botnets and DDoS, and how to do all this other crazy shit, like when I was like a little kid. And so I had a suspicion he worked for Blizzard or one of these, or he's somebody. He's not just some random idiot on the internet, probably. But he knew all this. He knew how to do all this shit, right? So he was like well connected in these groups that knew how to do this kind of thing. But anyway, he taught me how to do most of this stuff, uh, especially with the video game stuff, where I was really super interested, right? So he figured out how to do that, but then either we figured out, or I figured out, or someone figured out and told me. I can't necessarily remember, but we found out that the Diablo clones were spawning on very specific IP addresses. So we found out that. So what we did, this thing called game hopping, where you would join and leave and create new games over and over again and then run the IP config/all to see all the IP connections, and what port and all that stuff, whatever port Diablo communicated on, to see like, okay, your Diablo game is currently connected to this specific server, whatever the IP address is, and then like the final 3-digit whatever thing was that specific server. So we would go, okay, we'd all get together in IRC of all things, right? And I had like bots that I had found and helped kind of like not code but program and shit to where they were able to join and leave games using like AutoIt and stuff to find and create to automate that process. So like even when I was asleep, my bots and stuff would like join games, scan for my IP, and then stop joining games after it found the correct IP address. And we would organize these things like once a day, where similar to like people do on Pump Fun, I guess, right? Like raids and all that. We would organize these things like once a day where we would all get on the same IP address, and we'd basically occupy like every slot that the server had pretty much. And then then I would, or he would, sell all of our Stones of Jordan to the vendor, and then like crash our game using the exploit he taught me. And it would like you would log back in, and you would log back in for one, right? You'd have all your Stones of Jordan returned to you. The clone would be spawned, and you'd have to kill it on your other, or you would have to kill it on your other character. And then we kept doing that, and then we found a way. We'd sell them for $10 each on eBay, unidentified Annihilus charms, dude. I made good money for like a 13 or 14-year-old kid at the time, harvesting and botting and like. So when Bitcoin came along, I was like, yeah, dude, I get this thing, right? This thing, it's like a computer program you run in your sleep, and it makes you money, right? And like, yeah, no, that's like, yeah, I'm all there, dude. I fucking love the idea, right? But the thing was, so the thing was, the point of it was, there's this like thing that was perceived to be valuable, but then became less scarce as someone figured out a way to make more of them, and they patched how to do it, and then introduced a new system that required you to destroy or burn some of these rare items that were still rare, but still less rare than they were before, to spawn the boss that dropped this now really rare thing, like $10 each, dude. I had like 4 or 5 characters that I would park on each server, which somehow I forget how I got 5 Diablo 2 keys or a computer that could do all this shit really, and then was able to park all my characters on the same server, and I'd get like 5 of those things at a time and sell them for like $50, $10 each, unidentified, anywhere between like $8 and $10 on eBay. That was like my first business was doing that kind of thing, right? Was selling virtual currencies online. Yeah, that guy taught me a whole shitload. A whole bunch of stuff I can't necessarily talk about, but that too. But that was the thing though, so not to say I was drawing inspiration from that, but I'm like, no, that's a familiar concept. When I saw it, I'm like, oh yeah, that is kind of just like that thing they did. They patched the thing that lets you duplicate the items, and then they changed to the mechanic to where vendoring the item that was duplicated spawned a new boss to give you an even better item, right? So that's kind of the working premise for why I think that the meme coin craftable thing would work, because these things were like, I'm telling you, dude, virtual crack to a kid like me. And the thing is that it was that shit has just like all but gone to the wayside since then. And the thing is like, I don't know why, but there are more people than ever that do that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like there are more people playing video games than there were in 2003 or 2002 or 3 or whatever it was. So the idea that like, well, if we can revisit that same thing and just capture everybody's attention the way it captured mine with something similar, then I think we've got something that could be a real winner. Because it captures like the essence, the thing that was fun. It was the awesome part. So we'd take turns, we'd get a group together, and it was just me and him, and then he knew a whole bunch of people. I'm sure he was telling about the IP and all that shit, and like figured all this shit out, man. It was fun. It was a business. And then one of the times, we had stockpiled like all of our Diablo items over the span of an entire summer. And we were gonna like, okay, we're gonna wait for the ladder reset and all this shit or whatever, or right after, and like the items will go up over here, on the non-ladder reset or whatever it was, whatever our reasoning was for doing this, right? And then the website Diablo 2 clone, d2items.com, fucked us on all of our stuff, man. They stole everything we had, like all of our like 3 months worth of hard work. You might be asking where were my parents during this time, right? Yeah, no, but no, like 3 months worth of hard work, like 90 days worth. We farmed everything that we could. The number one Diablo selling item website on planet Earth at the time just stole it all. Said fuck you, right? Well, he had his botnet that he had organized, and I had a few kind of zombies on the network with his that didn't participate in this process whatsoever. But he ended up shutting down their entire website for like days and days on end. And we did the calculations on the amount of like shit that they'd stolen from us versus like what it cost in server overages and all that other stuff. Like, yeah, it was very costly for them to do that to us, basically. Very, very expensive. Like, I think it was ended up being like, I can't remember exactly how many dollars an hour, but it was like almost for the like almost an entire weekend. They had their website was down, lost business on top of server overages, like you bandwidth overages basically. They'd purchased some sort of package at their hosting website or hosting service that would allow them to have extra bandwidth but extra cost in times of like times of high traffic and all that. We did the math though. Like I remember us crunching the numbers. It was a shitload versus like what they stole from us versus what they had to pay in overages was not a good idea. Not a good idea for them to do that. Yeah, an interesting fellow, man. And his name, I won't give you his name, but it had something to do with the watch. Interestingly enough, isn't that weird? It was a watch guy, one of them watchmen they talk about. He had a watch related name, so the guy has always stuck with me, man. I never knew his like identity or anything though, but he taught me so much when I was growing up. So I suspect that I might actually know who it is, but I can't necessarily get into it. But it's somebody I would, if I had to guess, it's somebody that you have heard of or know. You know what I mean? And if not him specifically, then it's one of these dicks. More than likely, one of these dicks somewhere in the mix here. But yeah, if I had to guess, based on the level of chicanery, that's why I say, dude, like I make fun of, like I don't say I make fun of, but like this day and age, if the people that mentored me when I was younger, dude, they would get accused of all sorts of terrible shit because of the way people are about like Roblox predators and all that stuff. And I joke these guys weren't Roblox predators; they were more interested in the fact that like how does a kid know all this shit? They were never like any weird towards me or anything. Just, but the thing is like it goes to show you that like I don't really know. To me, how is it any different? How is it any different than someone who's like, oh, you have a gymnast or a kid that's really good at guitar or drums or whatever? They need a mentor. You know what I mean? Like, there's no mentor for kids that were like me without there being some sort of weird kind of like, well, like you're the one making the shit weird, dude. Like, I needed to learn no matter what. You know what I mean? Like, I had to know shit. Like, I would lose sleep every night over the day, like the things that I couldn't understand. And there's mentors for like if your kid plays soccer or your kid plays drums, but there's not mentors for kids like me um, that people don't get all weird about because there's all these goddamn Roblox predators and shit, And there weren't people. I mean, there were people like that then, but I didn't have to deal with any of them. These people were like just genuinely interested in seeing like for a while there, dude. I kind of think they thought I was full of shit when I told them how old I was. Like they almost probably didn't believe me. They're like, he talks like he's retarded, but he knows all this shit. Maybe he's just pretending. Yeah, I don't know. So, yeah, no, but there's like this the thing is like, so in this day and age, thanks for a few people learning something that could be potentially helpful to a lot of kids like me that at the time didn't like to get outside and all that shit and anxiety and like nerve disorders and all that. Uh, I've outgrown a lot of that to a large degree now, but when I was younger, dude, I had crippling anxiety to where if I had to get up and talk in front of people, I would literally fucking like couldn't do it. I would seize up and like start hyperventilating and all this other shit. Like I had to get like medical paperwork from the doctor to show to the teachers to let me do my book reports after class because I would get up in front of the class and I would fucking faint. I still dropped out though because the rest of like all pain and torture until they let me quit school, man. I hated it. Yeah, but that was the thing. So people that are familiar with the Annihilus charm, I kind of want that thing. Like, okay, in the grand scheme of things, then each one of these Annihilus charms is kind of like an NFT or something, right? Or a rare item. And the way that they did it was like you identified the Annihilus charm. It was an unidentified thing. You didn't know the stats on it, which we could really keep this element too, because you could identify it and it could be worth like $100 if it's perfect, but it's like that's a 1 out of 10, whatever, 1 in like 10,000 chance of a perfect Annihilus charm or whatever. But if you kept it unidentified, you had like a higher base level price. Like you know, if you identify it and it's got shitty stats, then you might get like you might get less for it, obviously. But if we could do something similar, dude, I'm telling you, like, because the thing is, it was a great idea, right time, right place. And the only problem is that at the time then there weren't like a lot of people that were savvy with the shit. So right. So yeah, if we could figure out a way to revisit that very specific part of my life and I can use that as inspiration to do something else, I would say that I think it's a winner. Like whatever it is, because I know how like up in arms I was about it. I was a kid who was. You think about, well, you're potentially at some point in time like signing up for airdrops, accumulating a dozen airdrops, then converting these like airdrop tokens into a thing that you can then identify, trade, and like transmute and then sell on eBay. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, that's intriguing to a kid. You know, that's intriguing to an adult too, depending on how expensive some of these things can get. Like had cryptocurrency been around when I was that age, the thing that would have drawn my attention the most would have been something like that, and I would have had, I would have probably made a pretty decent amount of money for myself, figuring out how to do it. And that takes some of the meme coins out of circulation, you know what I mean, and creates a new, more collectible, and also something with utility, you know. In all honesty, of all the classes that I synergize best with is a warrior. I played so much warrior, mage, paladin 3v3s that I got really good at playing with the warrior, but hard to find good warriors. And 3v3s, they rarely want mages on their teams, you know, because there's always like a better kind of like druid, warlock, warrior, and shit. There's a whole bunch of better compositions. So But yeah, like a kid like me is like, what do you go to a teacher or a counselor to try and get them a tutor or a mentor? It's like not even possible. Try hard to find a tutor. Try to find a four door. Good one, Dad. My car's a two door. My car's a four door. God damn it. Fuck me, running really? I thought it was a druid. Thank you. Bro. God damn it, dude. Yeah, so next time the Lazarus group hacks something, I'm gonna paint a North Korean flag on my car, driving around.
The Legion will fall.
Like jug of water. Yeah, so, yep. It's a bit about me. Well, but the thing is, yeah, no, it's a great idea. I don't know if you want to make it all the same thing, but the thing is like, well, why is that a good idea? All this shit is fucking basic economics. The idea that you're going to convert this thing, and the thing is like, if you convert this thing into this thing, it's gonna, and that's got a random chance of a 1 in 10,000 chance of being either a shitty version of it or the best in slot version of it. You're like, well, you know, how much you're leveraging the idea that, well, you're destroying something potentially valueless or less than whatever value to something that has this chance. So it's a combination of economics and gambling on top of, you know what I mean? If you can keep the base level price for that kind of thing to where there's an incentive for learning how to use the system, there's an incentive for doing it, there's an incentive for it. Um, and the people that get the rare items, dude, you know, fucking, God only knows the type of thing. Virtual currencies, like, it's the thing is like with an NFT, yeah, well, some artist or whatever, like, basically another word for someone that knows how to use Photoshop, and at this point in time, pretty much everybody's an expert on Photoshop with AI. Um, like, okay, but how do you, you know, items? I said items are good. Cards, something, you know.
Good health, long life.
So like I said, phase 1 of this should consist of like just rolling out 6 of the AIs, and do not tell anybody that we're working on, if we get to that point, that we're working on something like this, because it'll fucking just, it'll floor some people. It won't be ready anytime soon because we're not even in the starting line yet, but keep it entirely a secret, dude. People will fucking, they'll go bonkers about it, I promise you. You know, it's like, yeah, don't tell me. Like, okay, well, I mean, whatever. You want to comb through and see my master plan, right? You can watch all 40,000 hours of me streaming fuck, whatever this shit is, YouTube, to myself, right? Or, what's that Warlock wearing? Wearing a little 60 gear. He's wearing like Zapatos. The old mage team guy, mage guy from my guild. But the thing would be like to have some sort of actual NFT item exchange that you can purchase the items with, you know, I would say at least Solana, Leah, and then stable coins. The point would be though is, how would we do that? Well, for the items, I guess it wouldn't matter. But I think at some point in time, me and Def had the discussion to, anytime a token's redeemed on the platform for services, then it burns 30% or 20% of the tokens. That way there's always it's a deflationary model, right? Unless it's adapted to a new day, unless it's adopted to a new DAO or whatever. So if it's 1 billion tokens, now the goal is like, okay, all these things launched on Pump Fund, there's a whole bunch of 1 billion token coins. Now how do you deflate that number? How do you do things to make that less this, that, and give them more utility? If we could come up with more things like the thing that I think I'm talking about right now, which is ways to make those deflationary on top of give them utility, then we're making an argument for why these things might be worth more than just what people say they should be, right? Because the idea that like when your financial fintech wizard, whatever the fuck you want to call it, is a person going, yeah, this is like this last meta was the season of the cats. Now we're having a season of the dogs. That's my analysis. You're kind of like, yikes, yikes. No, I want something that like my grandparents can invest in. You know what I mean? I wouldn't feel comfortable explaining to them well, last year everybody really liked these cartoon dogs, and this year is like, oh, we're all about these cartoon cats, right? You're like, yeah, that's whatever. Resist, man. Why? Somebody resist. Another fucking resist? Oh, he's in a bubble. all this spell penetration. I keep getting all these goddamn resists. It's not fair, bro. It's just not fair. Don't embarrass yourself. Really? That's not gonna be good for this guy. Can I get a bob? Ooh. God damn it. Spell the end of me, dude. They did not like that first round there. Oh, Jerry. Really? Good God. Any heal at all would be great there. Are you fucking serious? Like, I'm not playing like shit. These people are just like, what are you fucking doing? Heal me, goddammit. Give me a warrior that beats on the same shit I do. And a healer? Good God. Resist. Despite the fact that I've got like all that spell pen and spell hit, really. Not shit that I can do if fucking people like, god damn it. All those people, not one of you is beating on something or trying to do anything at all, really, it looked like. God damn it. Not one warrior there, Mason anything, mortal striking shit at all whatsoever. Fuck. There, I got that one. I didn't know he's gonna cap. Deleted that guy's character. Really? Looked like I had that one. I thought that was gonna get me somewhere else than that. God damn it. Fuck.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Oh, thank God they haven't forgotten us, dude. I was worried. I think I say that every time. You should probably just keep those comments to yourself. Yeah, D size, not one of those things that I really give a shit about. I think it's just another. I can't imagine where, like, I understand there's like a reason for. I just, fucking whatever. Yeah, I don't get it. It's like an interesting thing, I guess, but I've yet to really see why not everything needs to be blockchain and crypto.
May your days be long and your hardships few.
Let's see, I'll be right back. Let's see.
Greetings.
fortune. Hello. Hello, hello. Wowie kazowie. Are you sure? I don't believe it, guy. Mind you, they won't hire me at fucking Walmart. You know, of all places, of all places, of all fucking places, I cannot get employed. I can't. I absolutely fucking am unemployable. It's impossible. The last job, and I've applied for plenty, man. The last job that I got was working like 60 hours a week cleaning up dead carcasses at a meat shop. And that required me to eventually have to like basically run the entire store. Um, Only for them to fire me, accuse me of theft when a till of mine came up short. And what it amounted to was the upper management didn't know about my criminal history. And then whenever the corporate office found out and their sales were down, he blamed me for it. Like, the reason why customers aren't coming here is because of me, right? And he came up with an excuse to fire me after like 2 or 3 years almost of like the hardest work I've ever given anybody. Uh, Drop of a hat, I had $116 show up short on a drawer one evening. I was the manager, mind you. I woke up at 4 in the morning before, worked all day until I closed the store the following evening or the following day, like 4 in the morning till 10 or 11 p.m. Yep. And I was the only person on staff besides like 2 other people. And I was working the office and I had to pay for my lunch. And I couldn't get to, like, give them their breaks plus take my break at the same time. So I was like paying for my lunch and all that stuff. And the manager said, "We have him on footage putting money in his wallet." And then they arrested me and everything for it. And never even gave me the time of day. So I just said, fuck it, you know, whatever. And then come to find out, he was getting in trouble from his corporate office saying like, "How do you have this guy there? Everybody doesn't like this guy," this kind of thing. He's like, he contrived a way just to get rid of me. That was the last job that I had. After like 2 or 3 years of working like the hardest a person works, I worked every department, I managed, I did everything I could do, you know, and they didn't give me the benefit of the doubt. So, just another one for the history books, I guess. On the right side of history regardless. Um, yeah, super shitty.
Remain vigilant.
But yeah, that's what it amounts to. Like, that's the last real job. I say real job, but like, fill out an application and we'll interview you, kind of thing. I worked at a cell phone store shortly thereafter, but um, yeah. So I ended up getting into cryptocurrency. Well, I've been in cryptocurrency since forever, but finally was able to like kind of save up my pennies, buy a Bitcoin miner, mine Bitcoin, and then Bitcoin went up a whole bunch that year. But whatever. But like I say, I'm unemployable. Like, no, I'm quite literally unemployable. The only reason I was able to get that gig for the time that I did was that the management, the manager that hired me did not tell the store manager about my criminal past. And then once the store manager found out, he couldn't fire me because then they'd get sued for discrimination. Mind you, when I took this to unemployment court, I won all the unemployment court arguments because he would refuse to turn over the videotape that proved that I did this, because he knew whenever they looked at it, they would say, well, there's no proof here that he stole anything. There's proof that he violated store policy by opening his wallet behind the register, and that's not a fireable offense because I've never had any previous demerits or marks on my record. So he had to come up with a way to basically say, we need to fire this guy, accuse him of stealing, and then when they take him out in handcuffs, he can't deny, like, well, we have to fire you now. but he would refuse to hand over the videotape to the unemployment insurance people because he knew, well, you're going to see me with my wallet out paying for my lunch, but I didn't steal anything. Had me arrested the very next day at work. My drawer was short, but I sure as shit didn't steal it. I'm just not very good at, like, after 12 hours and then 18 hours that day, right? And, like, mind you, they had just promoted me to the store manager too. Or not the store manager, but like the closing manager. So not like the corporate appointed guy, but like the, you know what I'm talking about. I was there to close the grocery store that evening. And I'm like, okay, whatever you people say then at that point in time. I don't get, like, I'm not just like the type of person, woe is me. Like, no, I don't get a fair shake at life, man. I'm not the type of person that needs to throw myself a pity party. I've been through hell on earth. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, no, but in all honesty, like, my past is used against me so frequently, and nobody ever has a problem with it, and they all pretend like they don't care, don't know, or whatever, until it becomes an inconvenience for them, and then suddenly they have to come down on me for some reason, and they point their finger at me and scream at me like a dog about this shit. I'm like, look, you didn't mind whenever it was working in your favor, and now that you're being required to be accountable for the reason why your grocery store is running like shit because you're an idiot, you want to point the finger at me. I hope this fucking whole place goes up in flames. I hope it goes out of business. Fuck you people. So when I tell people, like, well, the lesson I've learned on Earth this far, right, this go around, is that as soon as anybody has found out about my past, they basically say I'm not a human. And that's really fucking terrible. And these are like really like, oh, good practicing Christians that do nothing but read the Bible kind of people. And I'm like, whatever. Yeah, no, if you need the government to tell you who to hate and you're not smart enough to think for yourself, then good riddance. I'm glad we didn't, we aren't associates, right? But you got all the way to the unemployment court and everything, dude. I'm like, I've worked there. I worked my ass off. Give me my fucking $180 a week, God damn it. He's like, no, we can't. You were fired. This, that, and the other thing. Like, then give the goddamn people the tape. The unemployment people, give them the goddamn tape. He's like, well, we don't really have a copy of it anymore. I'm like, how do you not have a copy of it anymore? And they wouldn't present the tape in court either. They had some cop say he reviewed the footage and he said he seen me do it. I'm like, the same cop that was pulling me over and fucking patting me down and going through my goddamn car last week for no reason, just pulling me over, just to fucking lord over me like I've done something wrong. And like the same fucking people. Yeah, I'm like, okay, I don't owe you an explanation. Like, no, this is discrimination. You're like, what do you call it? You mean, does it not sound like something people are familiar with if they read history books? The Jim Crow era of the United States, like a stain on the flag as far as history is concerned, right? Like, no, they still do this shit to this day. Trust me, they absolutely do. So yeah, of course, like, it bothers me because I try my hardest, man. I don't ever let anybody down, and if I do, it's not on purpose. You know, I try. And there's some people that don't care. You know what I mean? Like, I've been responsible for everything I've ever done wrong, plus some, and then some shit other people did. You know, so the idea that I can't admit when I'm wrong or that I can't be the bigger man and say I need to improve here, that's not true. There are some people but I will not lay down for people that are liars. I won't lay down for thieves. I won't lay down for corrupt shitheads. I just won't. I won't be extorted. I won't be blackmailed. You know, people have tried to do this to me. Like, I can't help it. Someone in a position of authority over me says, well, basically, I get in trouble for letting you work here, and it was working great for me whenever no one was complaining to him. But as soon as someone did complain to him, suddenly I'm a criminal. Well, I find that's a bit convenient. You know what I mean? I'll eventually buy the company and crash it into the ground. Fire all those people. Just to spite them. Hopefully I'll be able to afford the shit eventually. It was a grocery store owned by like a conglomerate where, like, if you look at how many companies they owned, the Houchins Corporation, like cigarettes, fucking tobacco, lottery tickets, like just scumbag shit basically. So I'll eventually buy it and crash it into the ground. Fuck those people. Like, go poll the people that I worked with and ask them what type of guy I was. Like, the most honest, good-hearted individual that I'd ever worked with, a guy named Noah. That day that the cops were dragging me out of work and stuff, telling them like, oh, like you're suspected of theft or whatever. He's like, I know you wouldn't do this. He goes, I know you didn't do this. Like, hands down, he had heard some of the rumblings from upper management and stuff, behind the scenes or whatever that morning. And he's like, yeah, I know you wouldn't do this. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, of course not. Why would I? Like, that's the idea is steal $116 and be homeless now. Like, why would I do that? That's retarded. This is my source of income. This is like $100. Are you fucking kidding me? Really? You know what I mean? Worth firing me over. The drawer was short, whatever. Like, I didn't have any on my record. I was never late, never anything else. So they didn't have grounds to terminate me because there's like a policy where this, that, and the other thing. They have a certain amount of, like, you have to have a certain amount of fuck ups. They can't just fire you for messing up one time, right? Scumbags, man. And the nicest, most honest guy ever, man. Guy goes to church like 10 times a week, right? Said, I know you wouldn't do this. This is shit. He's like, I know this is bullshit. I'm like, well, big guy, I tell you what, when I get around to it, I'll make good on, not that I have anything to make good on him with, but the idea that, well, he stood up for me when no one else wanted to, right? So it means a lot to me. This is the type of shit I'm like, I am familiar and I expect to be treated this way. I shouldn't, but I do. Unfortunately, based on prior experience, you would say I'm a fool for not expecting to feel that way or to feel like I'm going to be treated that way because of that's all I know. It is all I know, and it sucks. So I hate it. I really do. Like, basically, like, you mean to tell me that I would make a decision to do something that would basically, I'm homeless now, like, thanks a lot, kind of shit. After all that hard work. And everybody was always like, even the managers, some of the managers that were like, yeah, they knew this shit wasn't right or whatever. There was only one store manager that had any accusation to make. Everybody else really stood up for me and said, this is shit, right? It isn't something that I would do, you know what I mean? And this was like this one guy's mission to just basically follow through with some plan him and corporate had hatched to have me fired because they felt that my presence was affecting the sales at the store. Not the fact the guy is a fucking idiot. He shouldn't have been managing a goddamn baseball team, much less a Little League baseball team, much less a grocery store. Um, yeah, probably had more to do with it. Who's your best employee then? Craziest thing ever, I was a millionaire 6 months later. Craziest thing. I was a millionaire 6 months later. Not anymore, but I was then. It was actually like 3 months later, 4 months later. All the goddamn crypto stuff started paying off, dude. That's why. Crossing my fingers, bro. Hoping it happens again, dude. I'm down on my luck right now, dude. This shit's terrible. Oh, that was my only death too. Fuck. I just sat there and laid down. Got killed. Got thought it'd be quicker just to run back. Instead of having to try and evocate and all that. I found out today, or actually I found out the other day, my character's name is Iwonka. It's a play on Willy Wonka and old fucking Steve Jobs' iPhone, right? Because in my mind, the fanciful genius that Steve was, the fanciful genius that Steve was, he's kind of like this guy that was like, it's Willy Wonka, you know, kind of like a Willy Wonka character, right? This fanciful genius that Steve was. Oh man, what do I know about that guy? A fanciful genius. Every goddamn time. I laugh every time I think about him. Yeah, he's like the reason is like the iPhone is it's kind of like the Willy Wonka thing, right? My dream come true is to tour the iPhone plant and see all the Chinese kids chained to rocks and stuff, screwdrivers making iPhones. Right, it's just like Willy Wonka. Oh my god, dude, we actually got hit a fucking Shadow Fiend. No, it turns out it's a Polish word. It's Polish. Iwonka's Polish. Yeah, no, I was making fun of Steve Jobs. Right. Yeah, I hear it, man. I never had a chance to meet him, but I hear stories. I hear stories. I do hear stories about him. I'm sure I'll get an earful straight from the horse's mouth. This thing about John was he knew all these people to some degree or another. I don't know how well versed and like they share a goddamn bunk bed on Epstein Island together or whatever. I don't really know, but he rubbed elbows with all these guys, so I mean he'd know. That was one of the things about John. Like he was really trying to gear himself up and set himself up to be like the next Jeffrey Epstein. You know, he never like outright said that that's what he was doing, but he just said shit like that. Can't really get into it here, but things that have me wondering, you know, not just him either, you know, some of the people he's around and all that. Which so I'm glad he fucking ate shit the same way Jeffrey Epstein did. Kind of funny that way, right? How that worked. But that's the thing, man. Like the idea that tokenized real world assets and stuff, like Scottie Pippen has his Game 5 ball. Like you always see like, oh, a thing it sold at auction. You know, like not necessarily to like make it an auction thing, but like collectibles, digitized collectibles and stuff. You know, there are things like, oh, this was Steve Jobs' ID card or his employee ID card or whatever at Apple, and I think that'd be like something cool to tokenize, right? Even if it's not like the point is not to make it valuable necessarily, but to you know something just to tokenize the asset that way, right? Whatever, and then if we make a platform where you know that's a thing, you know. There's so many ideas, man. I got a whole lot of time, basically, to figure it all out, probably. Yeah, the thing is, he worked at Xerox. John did in like 1978, I believe. He was actually one of the operating system engineers for Xerox before Bill Gates and Steve Jobs got a hold of the place, right? How crazy is that? I don't know if they ever crossed paths or whatever, but he always had shit to say, like, well, I've met, like, give you the inclination or whatever, but he was also full of shit, so I don't really know. It wouldn't surprise. It was one of those things like it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it does kind of make sense. They all did kind of work in the same sector, so it wouldn't surprise me that if somebody speaking at a conference or whatever, like they wouldn't cross paths ever, really. Commercial antivirus software, there was never any discussion to put it on computers on either side of the argument here. I don't know, man. I highly doubt that. I'm sure at some point in time there had to have been some discussion to that kind of thing, right? I'm not a fool for thinking that. Right. All them fucking warriors and druids. All your fucking whole team, guy. Would you please? Ah, what the fuck? I'm looking for the Szechuan dipping sauce, Morty. All this shit is attacking me. I'm gonna sit in this ice block as long as I can. Said Austin Powers. That's one thing that really did piss me off about John, though. Like, he knew how much I looked up to Alex Jones, and like the day after he accused me of all this shit, like out of the middle of nowhere, he'd been planning up for a while to do it, and then just one day makes some wild accusation. Like, he skips town, and then like the very next day accuses me of some shit. I'm like, we wouldn't be having this argument if you were here right now, right? Like, you wouldn't be able to make these accusations to my face. He left town to do it, right? Skipped town, did the shit, and then like booked a bunch of fucking radio shows on like my favorite people. Like, he did all the shit just to fuck with me, man. To try and destroy my life because he knew how much he's just the type of guy that likes shitting on people. Come on now. Just like to fucking be ignorant. I watched him wheel and deal and fuck over so many good people, dude. I hated it. Myself being one of them, but I seen him do it to about half a dozen other people. His own wife. He did the shit to his own wife. And she'll come out eventually and she'll say, like, yeah, no, John made me do all this shit. And she never really tried to kidnap him or anything. Like, made the girl go on a goddamn public apology tour for something that she didn't do. And then told her basically he's going to divorce her and take away her money if she didn't do it or whatever. And she's like anybody, I guess, if you fucking yank the chain or whatever hard enough, get him to say whatever. But he tried to do the same thing to me, and I just said, go fuck yourself. I'm not playing this game. I'm not here to play this part in your story. He accused my girlfriend of some shit that she didn't do. He accused one of his security guys, Alex, of something that he didn't do. He accused another guy, Eric, of something he didn't do. Made that kid leave town fucking crying, homeless. Made him fucking pack up. He said, we have suspicion that you've stolen a whole bunch of stuff from somewhere. We can't find it. We don't know what it is, but you need to leave. This kid drove all the way from California, put everything that he owned in the backseat of his fucking car, drove from California to Tennessee to live with John and be his personal chef, got involved in the crypto stuff with John just a little bit, and then after like a certain period of time, he had like a trust fund from his parents. He invested it in certain cryptocurrencies and all that stuff. And, basically at gunpoint had his security goons sit there and tell him, like, we know you stole all this cryptocurrency from us. Now you need to give us the key to your safe. We need to audit everything that you have. You need to give us access to your bank accounts. and then when he refused to do that, they told him that he needed to leave town. They said, you need to leave town. Kicked him out of the house that night. And he left the fucking home crying in tears, dude. Having been accused, threatened, and all this other shit, everything besides beaten for all I know. And he left homeless. He didn't have anywhere to go. He was living there, you know. And he packed all what they would let him take of his own belongings, packed it in the backseat of his car, and just left. He was left the house crying. He's knocking at the door, all this shit. They were out of town yet again. And John was telling me, like, under no circumstance, we'll call the cops if you let this person back in the house and all that stuff. I'm like, what do you want me to do? You know what I mean? I can't end up like that. I feel terrible. I'm not the one who did all this shit, basically. I was just there. And, but yeah, that was like, kid left town crying, dude. He was just overnight evicted from his home with all of his belongings and whatever. So I seen him do that to like a bunch of people, that kind of thing. His own wife included, some people that he'd hired, security people. I seen him do that to that type of thing, not that specifically, but basically give somebody their marching orders, their false reality, like what the official story here is. And like your job now is, if you know what's good for you, to go tell the people this shit that I just told you, right? And that's how he perpetuated this goddamn hoax on everybody for the longest time. Was all these people were essentially like, they were dependent on him for a paycheck, and any sign of not carrying the torch of this fucking bullshit story that he had to sell was, well, you'll get the Eric treatment, was the guy's name, right? You'll get the Eric treatment or whatever. They didn't call it that, but basically all of I'm not even gonna get into it, in all honesty. The shit's pretty terrible. They did the shit to me too, but yeah, I don't know. I say he never had anyone tell him to fuck off before, but now I think about it, I'm like, yeah, Eric, I don't remember if Eric did or didn't let them in the safe or whatever, like, but one of John's guys was like demanding, like, no, you're going to give us access to your bank accounts, your email account passwords, you hand over your mobile devices, and like, I know that for a fact. Make him hand over his cell phone and his computers and all that shit. And then they like left town, and then they called and told him to leave, and he left there in tears, man. And I was just, me and my girlfriend, Jim, were the only ones in town at the time because they'd left town. And I'm like, I don't know what you want me to do. Like, what do you want me to do? When it comes to that kind of thing. Like, no amount of me giving you, this isn't my place to do that with, right? It's a tough spot to put me in. And it hurt my fucking feelings having to have that guy walk out that day based on the shit that John was saying and what his security officers basically whispered into his ear about. In a lot of ways too, they knew John was not like mentally compromised in a lot of ways, but they knew he was old and paranoid, so they'd tell him shit. And like every conflict they created was like, well, what was their position, official position? Well, it was like conflict resolution at any and all cost or any measure necessary. So it stands to reason that some of their job security came from creating this basic this environment of conflict amongst peers here. And yeah, like, so problem, reaction, solution, like create a problem and solve it kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. And John was the way he was. He accused my girlfriend of, and the way they got with her, I'm not even gonna get into it, dude. Whatever, eat shit and die, basically. Was she had put it in my mind or whatever, like these people were doing to John, that I needed to open up a bank account with her, and we opened up this joint bank account, and we had stolen all this money from John, of all people, and she was gonna make off to Europe with it, and I don't even know what, right? Like, so he accused me and her of something. He accused all these other people of things, and we all got the same treatment. It's like, at some point in time, that's a self-destructive individual that doesn't give a shit's way of basically fucking you over so they don't have to pay you. You know what I mean? Or to make it seem like, well, this didn't work, and this is the mess that you made. Now you have to deal with it. You're like, I didn't do this. This is you. You were the one who destroyed all these things, right? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, no, but I have to sit here and pick up the goddamn pieces because I don't run from shit. And I've spent the last 7 or 8 years scooping up the pieces, trying to make things work. Yeah, like, he accused somebody of sleeping with his wife when they didn't, and then said that his wife tried to kidnap him, and all this other stuff. Just, fuck it. I hate it, man.
Dionysaka.
Yeah, so his security guards, right? These people, his guard or whatever you'd call it, they were fucking idiots. They can't say he was stupid. They can't call that guy an idiot. Just paranoid and out of his mind sometimes. And these people, to say they got off on creating conflict where there wasn't any is putting it lightly. That's like all they lived for. You know what I mean? It's all they lived. It's all they cared about. Because if they could create a fake conflict amongst people, and then be the person that gets to step in and solve it or resolve it or to keep everybody in order or whatever, then it was like, oh, we're just playing cops and robbers then, right? Or whatever, you know what I mean? It's like, this is basically professional wrestling, right? Politics, right? So,
Time is money, friend.
so don't let them fool you. They didn't fool me. Put up or shut up. It came down to it. They didn't know that I had to make a decision when I was young to tell the government to go fuck off or send me to prison. I made that decision when I was like 19 or 20 years old. So you say I did something wrong, and you want me to say that I did, and I didn't, and I say you have to fucking prove it in court or send me to prison. And they had found a way to extrajudicially send me to prison without having to go to court. I know that sounds impossible, but it's not. I can explain it if you want me to, but I'm not going to do it here. Tell you to your face personally one day because it's fucking ignorant what they did to me. Um, but they thought that they were going to try and do the exact same thing that the government tried to get me to do when I was younger. And I said, "Fuck it, you're gonna have to send me to prison. I'm not playing this game with people. Tell me what my reality consists of, right? I know when I'm being gaslit. I've read 1984. I've seen V for Vendetta. I don't succumb to this shit. Period. Even if it means dying, it's kind of a scary decision to have to make when you're 20 years old, because that was a very real possibility for me. You know, and then again there later when I deal with John and all these people, right? I know you're gonna have to fucking put up or shut up. I don't care if it kills me or not. I'm not living like this. I'm not your slave. may be able to beat up on women and knock them unconscious and threaten them with a machine gun or whatever, but and get them to say what you want them to say and lord over the purse strings in a marriage or whatever. I'm like, that might work well for you, but you're not doing that to me. You know, I'm not letting this shit happen. Even if you have to get me framed by the police and get me sent to prison, I've done it before. I'll fucking. It's the last place on planet Earth that I want to be, trust me. But actually, the second last place, the last place I want to be is somebody's bitch, really. So when I say, let's say, I've got a unique set of, like Liam Neeson, right? I've got a unique set of skills. Only say it like Bruce Willis. Right? Got a unique set of skills, right? No, like the shit they don't teach you at the goddamn grocery store I can do. If that's helpful to anybody. Me knowing how to do all this shit, deal with people like that, I guess, if that's helpful. Yeah, give a fuck about trying to kill that guy. Try to get the fucking flag and win, dude. That's the thing. So that being said, the shit they don't teach you at high school or the grocery store. I know how to do that kind of stuff. You know, I can say that like you can't fucking. How many imaginary college credits do I get for that? A whole bunch, I hope. I should graduate somewhere and have a PhD in something by now. I hope, right? The School of Hard Knocks. Well, I'm sorry to hear about your cat missing, but you did not pay attention to anything I just said, did you? Like, well, it sucks that your dog's missing, but right. Officer Barbrady, like, could you imagine trying to file a police report about all that shit and then going, after an hour of talking, they go, well, you know, sorry to hear that your cat's missing, but mister, we can't help you with that. That's pretty much the treatment that I got. Not that I ever did, but I know people that tried, and that's the treatment they got. Try to file fucking police reports about about the guy, and they just cops pretend like fucking shit doesn't matter. I had filed police reports in regards to other people, and they basically said, we don't accept your police reports. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? $100,000 worth of electronics walked its way out of my front door while I sat in jail because of the crime you fucking idiots committed and tried to frame me for. You mean to tell me you don't take police reports about that? Like, no. Like, oh, I figured you wouldn't. Even, like, I don't know who the fuck did it, but in the process of you apprehending me and going through my home and leaving everything unguarded, dude, somebody stole $100,000 worth of shit from my home. They'll all find out the hard way how bad they fucked up. The hardest way possible for some of them. Oh, not to mention, dude, one of my friends got one of these cops recorded without them knowing about it. and what the cop said was, I would like to take the jaws of life that I have and go to the hood and cut down basketball hoops with it. Yeah, that guy is so fucked. I completely forgot about that. One of these honest, good cops that, you know, really care about the people. He used stronger language than that when telling that story too. In the words of Michael Richards, right? Yeah, right. Make him look like a choir boy. And needless to say, they weren't big fans of mine either, so when they eat shit, we can both high five and have a barbecue. Really? God damn it, I had a cooldown. I was like, saw my ice block and everything. I was gonna ice block all that, but I had a cooldown on my ice thing there. Yikes, dude. I got 2 kills that entire time. So I did a whole lot more than that. For fuck's sakes.
Good fortune.
Yep, these people are gonna eat shit for what they did to me. Needless to say. The most egregious shit I can't talk about, period. Oh wow. All I need is for someone to believe me. That's all. Raise your hand. his pet. If you had heard the shit that I was saying last night, though, you'd say, yeah, that guy's relatively psychic. Right? Yeah, pretty well figured out. Yeah, the joke's like, I just don't ever want to get to the point where people just believe everything I say because it's me saying it. Why wouldn't you want that? Right? Why wouldn't you want that? That sounds like a grand old time. then I wouldn't try as hard. If people just believe me because it's me, I have to fucking prove to you, right? I mean, there are some days I'm lazier than others, but no, why would you want to do that? Sounds like a great idea. Sycophancy. We're trying to avoid the sycophancy. Give me your wings! Come on now. No, I just got so many buffs on them, it doesn't matter. Ah, shit burgers. Speaking of shit burgers, eat a sandwich. Blowing people's minds. My favorite thing to do, man, is to make people's heads explode. In a proverbial, or what is it, in a metaphorical sense, right? It really is my favorite thing. To just watch people go, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that, right? It's my favorite thing to do. I'm obsessed with breaking the fourth wall. Like, I love the idea that, like, making movies and stuff and being able to make it to where, like, the movie experience never stops. You know what I mean? Although I've yet to make a movie, but fucking hate warlock pets. Come on, guy. I need to laugh at people. Sandwich.
Arcanon Poros.
Sandwich. Oh man. Oh. Where's your husband at? Man, man. Where's your dad at? Where's your dad at? Oh shit. Oh man, that was a. I went off the Richter scale. God damn it. Hoy vey. Gesundheit. All right, now. I do that to people when I'm eating and they get too close. I go, I hiss at them. Like they're trying to take my food. I'm not the only one that does it. I happen to know who else does it. I cannot reveal their identity. everyone got them selfies, bro. I have reserved the name. I've run out of waters and drinks and all that. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa water.
The legion's end draws near.
Yeah, Hillbo Baggins. God damn it, really? Run into the bubble there. Cards. The card economy. There's some history with the cards that you people know about, right? You guys know about the cards, don't you? You heard about the cards? You had heard about the cards. Kel'Thuzad. Keenan and Kel'Thuzad. That's fucking hilarious. Cap it. Oh shit. Oh my god, guy. You got crippling poison and everything. Let me guess. Not a lot I can do. Any chance you want to try and heal me, guy? No? No chance at all? At all? None, none whatsoever? Three. What the fuck, man? That guy got melted, didn't he? God damn it. Can somebody heal me? Not one fucking heal that entire time, dude. I ran around all this stuff, dude. If I picked up the groceries, or ran all these errands, returned all my movies to Blockbuster, and the guy fucking still didn't heal me. Well, I don't know. Why would you want a Blockbuster for? Why would you want a Blockbuster? Don't you know better? One of those should statistically have procced a frostbite. Like 30%, 40% chance that at least one of those should have. Where's all your friends at? Here on the bridge? Yep. Hoodlums. Hooligans. Hula hoopers. Really? Goddamn pet or whatever. Shit's gay and retarded. At least you're all in the middle, not doing anything whatsoever. Can you guys figure out like some sort of TikTok algorithm that makes Alliance better at World of Warcraft? Like if you have an Alliance character, can you come up with like some like, oh well, we'll switch their goddamn YouTube feed to where we subliminally program them to be better at World of Warcraft, at least for Warsong or whatever, or Eye of the Storm or whatever. I want to see how much you can use propaganda for a good thing, right? Fuck. Really? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, no, fucking the statistics autist is that's a tough one. That's a tough one to say. should say like, oh, we got a confirmed 62% horde win rate, right? So how do we push the right videos to people so they learn how to fucking play, so we can increase that win-loss ratio for the alliance to something a little more awesome than what it is currently. It's like probably 40% is possible. Wow, education videos. God damn it. Same guy. Second rogue. God damn it. Try and try, dude. Not sure you can do there. For all that, the guy still had a cloak up. Are you fucking serious? The wrong fucking thing there. My bad on the blind there, but if I had to call out blinding, I wouldn't have fucking hit him. But God damn it. Fucking North Korea. Goddamn Chinese pet off. Things fucking. Really, I don't have enough mana to. Ugh, fuck. I didn't have enough mana for it. I could have played that better, but still, like, I had other things beating on me, and whatever. These fucking rogues, dude, leave me alone. All of you? Any one of you want to duel? Or even just maybe a 2v1? I guess we did that one earlier, but whatever. We'll just keep knocking him out of fucking sheep, whatever. Where'd he go? I don't know if that's his trap or ours. Shit. Both fucking rogues again. God forbid, dude. Guys fucking share the shower together too. God damn, he's a fucking big red hunter. Dude, just getting your shooting war with the big red hunter is impossible. Especially as a mage, dude. Whatever, I'll be right back. Shit's fucking retarded. retarded. Hello? Almost. Really? Why, dude? Priest is looking like he wants to fear. Another thing, dude, someone that can corroborate some of this shit. I completely forgot, dude. I'm not gonna put his name out there or anything because he's a super private guy. But one of these, two of these guys actually, like two of my best friends, right? Um, one of these things, one of these guys had hatched, one of John's security guys' plans that they had hatched was John was like buying this shit, like whatever it was, like bath salts and stuff in the mail from China or whatever. And he was getting like big bricks of the fucking thing sent to the house like every other day, it seemed like. And one of his security guards stole his stash of drugs and did something with it and like cut the bag open and like poured it all over the floor underneath these guys' beds, right? These guys that were also like working with John in some way, shape, or form. They were trying to build a cryptocurrency exchange or something. And so this is the type of shit they would do. Like, so he thought like, oh, I hired these guys, you know, and like paid them, I guess, or didn't pay them, or they were working for fucking pro bono, just like Cher did. Um, and he like poured the drugs out underneath their bed and threw the bag around, like made it look like they just had like this big kind of drug-fueled party the night before. I'm like, I was with these people the entire evening before, and nothing like that occurred, right? And it turns out, like, yeah, one of his security guards got a hold of his drugs or whatever, and cut the thing open and tried to frame these guys as like they stole his stash of drugs. He was trying to get him fired, you know, trying to get him in trouble and all that shit. And just the type of shit they did, like I talk about, like that's like one of the least egregious of all these things. But apparently, the way he went about it, though, after the fact, was he was the person that John had like. Well, not only did he create the problem, he's the person John appointed to investigate the problem too. It's like, right, yeah, no. So, not to call it a self-fulfilling prophecy, but it is kind of like. So the narrative from that point in time was these guys aren't like defenseless creatures or anything. They're just, what do you do when you got like 4 or 5 guys that are armed, all like, and their job is a totally different department. They're not on this. Here's what the thing is. What's funny is that that's not necessarily true. Like, don't let them tell you that they didn't know what they were doing either. But the idea that like, yeah, these are his security guards. At some point in time, he started appointing his security guards to do like what the crypto guys that worked with him did, and like started edging out the crypto guys. And then he got that like circle of yes men around him that were like his security guys that he trusted with everything, you know. And let's just say that some of them weren't good individuals. Actually, of them all, probably very few of them were. And so they would do these things where like they would say they seen somebody outside when there wasn't, and we'd have to put the house on lockdown, and everything would be like this contrived story for them to basically just dehumanize you and go through your bags and go through your computer and take your phone from you. And I wasn't allowed to talk to my family for days at a time. You know, they were worried scared about me. You know, and I'm not the only one that has these fucking stories. So the thing is, like, what do? You know what I mean? Like a group of thugs, a whole group of thugs. You know, treating people that way. But they're guys at some point in time that can corroborate that, like, kind of like the shit that was going on beyond the point of just like hearing it from me. Like, well, you could hear the other side of the story. Yeah, these guys also were attempted to have been framed by John or his thugs. You know what I mean? To a lesser extent, obviously, but they still got the same treatment, just a different degree of it, right? So his security guard blamed them, said, look, they must have broken into his room, or they must have broken into somewhere and got their hands on his drug stash or whatever, and here's the proof. He found the bag, we dumped out all over the floor like a kid put the shit together, right? But he was like blaming those guys, and I'm not going to get into that any further because there's a lot more to that than just what I'm saying currently. But it's kind of like the environment overall was rough. Would you please stop hitting the thing that I have sheet? Wrong person. My tab just didn't hit tab or whatever. Didn't. Whatever. So, yeah, of all the people, man, talk about being under duress, you know. And it's like some days, like I hate to be the type of guy to say, like, look, I'll be the first to say, not every day was horrifying, you know. I mean, all in all, a very shitty experience. I learned a lot, but it's like, don't get it twisted that just because every single day I didn't walk around like Charlie Brown with my head hunkered down, dragging my feet, because that's some shit that I don't do, doesn't mean I wasn't fucking having a hard time, you know. Uh, yeah, don't get it twisted. You know, that's not a. Those aren't exonerating anything. You know, the fact of the matter is, like, I had a life to live, and even when I was in prison, I didn't hunker my head down and look at my shoes. So, I'll be goddamned if I'm gonna let some other beings do it to me. At the end of the day, and you gotta make the best of what you have, right? How much sulking is required? Well, like really none. You know, mind you, these aren't my actions, so I don't have to account for anybody else's behavior. I have to account for it, but I don't have to be responsible for it, but I can account for it. Yeah. Just because there's not videos of me blinking torture every time I was recorded doesn't mean that I wasn't suffering. Are you gonna fear? Yeah, that's like one of about 20 things that were similar to that in some way, shape, or form, all resulting in like your phones no longer belong to you, your passwords to your accounts, your everything is like that's ours until you basically till we get the answer that we want. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes the answer that you want is the truth, and that's not the answer you want to hear. You know, and it gets to be a problem because days go by and you're not allowed to talk to your family or your parents or do anything or be in touch with loved ones. You're like, yeah, it gets to be it's a bit rough. You know, those aren't necessarily normal working conditions. I would say even at Foxconn, those would be questionable practices, right? another thing, right? Since we're amongst friends, I guess there's probably less than a person watching this shit, if anyone, right now. But another thing too was like this gaslighting. Like, so I would have like a drink or two, you know what I mean, to be completely of right mind and sound mind and all that stuff. And by the end of the night, his security guys would be telling you like, yeah, man, you were like doing all this stuff and like investing with these people and like they just so happen to be our friends and stuff and like you made all these business deals and shit. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Like, yeah, you don't remember? Like, years later, some of the shit was like people showing up here and going like, you don't remember? Like, we shook on it and everything, guy. Remember? You were like really drunk, so you probably like, are you fucking serious? Like, I've got like an impeccable memory. Like, memory recall, like probably would be enough to be studied by science. And you sit there and have these people years after the fact showing up at my door, acting like they know me, you know, like, hey, yeah, you know, yeah, but you were like really, really drunk and you probably don't remember, but like you said you were going to do this for me. And I'm like, fucking, goodbye, you need to go, kind of shit, right? Harassment, stalking, harassment, all this shit, dude. Fucking some of the lamest shit ever. Other times too, we'd be at like a conference or something, very similar story, but not with that, without the whatever after the fact. The like having a few drinks, they're like, yeah, you were on the bar dancing and everybody was cheering you on and this, that, and they were calling you this, they called you the Pirate King and they were all doing like what the like I had like one or two drinks and that's not the type of shit that I do. Like, it just isn't. You know what I mean? So I'm like, what's the deal here? You know, like it's just this continuous campaign of trying to gaslight somebody into like all this shit. I'm like, I refuse to be your bitch. I refuse to accept your reality as mine, right? Like, this might work with other people, but the shit doesn't work with me, you know? I've played way too much World of Warcraft for that. Yeah, we talk about like years later, people showing up that you've never even met before, acting like we've made business deals together and shit. I'm like, why? What would we have talked about? Like, anything at all? Like, well, nothing in particular. Just like, I gave you a bunch of money and you said you were gonna give me more money than what I gave you, and that, you know, I'm like, oh, okay, right, yeah, get lost. I don't necessarily go around calling people faggots all the time, but you can get lost, faggot, if you're trying that trying that shit. Get lost. Get out of your fucking mind. Yeah, it was like one of those, like, I just gave you a bunch of money and you'd give me like a bunch more later. You don't remember, like, we shook on it and everything? I'm like, whatever. Someone once told me that I was not the pinball wizard. Actually, he didn't tell me I wasn't the pinball wizard. He told this fucking like weird twin of mine that I had playing WoW that I had growing up, named JTHM of all things, right? He's one of these guys that played a mage in my guild. He was like the only other person on the planet who was 15 years old, and their parents like just let him play WoW 20 hours a day. And he was always the type of guy to say like, someone's like, yeah, well, you can't necessarily dragon's breath. It's like he's like, I've never missed a dragon's breath ever, you know. And like people that like really know are like, look, guy, I remember who it was. I think it was Wilds that told him. He said, you're not the fucking pinball wizard, right? He's like, the best mages on the planet all say that this Dragon's Breath thing has shitty aim. Right, but it stuck with me because I'm like, that's that song by The Who, correct? About that retarded kid that plays badminton or whatever. Oh, that's a hunter. Derp. You gonna chase me down? You look like you want to chase me down. Oh. Goddess presence of mind. How mad are you right now? You're so mad right now. Got your instant attack. All DR. Oh, he's not all supposed to go there? Whatever. Yeah, but you know, it's like what exhausted all options possible to try and get over on me, like to the point where just people fucking you mean to tell me I have some kid running around out there that I've never had sex with before, or no, that I've never had sex before, and I somehow have a kid running around out there, and I somehow owe them money? Are you kidding me? You show up at my doorstep like I've never even met the person. He's like, I also worked for the same person, and I made a business deal with you. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Whatever. Yo, you don't remember? Like, you were like hammered drunk, and you were dancing around, and you were like signing checks and signaturing all this paperwork with your name on it, and you don't remember any of it? I'm like, get lost. But that was the last straw, basically. And then after I told those people to fuck off, there was like a 6 months to a year harassment campaign where people were camped outside my house, parked outside, chasing me out of the neighborhood, this, that, and the other, filing fake police reports, trying to get me swatted, harassing me. Yeah, I mean, as much fucking annoyance as you could possibly imagine. And the cops all just said, we don't take your police reports about it. I'm like, okay, well, fuck you then. And I'm not like one of those people that you see sometimes that are like paranoid conspiracy theorists. Like, you will see eventually. I promise you. I promise you that. I will prove everything I say. Or just fucking attack the only thing trying to be sheeped right now. heal would be fucking awesome right now. Thank you. And the thing I can say, like, well, the reason why I was acting in a certain way was because I had suspicion and reason to believe, based on these people's past behaviors, that me doing certain things would cause them to behave a certain way that could be potentially violent or dangerous. And every one of my suspicions was confirmed. You know what I mean? So you cannot say I didn't have just cause to do things that I did, or a reason for not complying with certain things whenever my life depended on it. But I say, go fuck yourself if you're really upset with me about it, because my life matters more to me than your opinion or your perception of your authority over me to protect my life when I deem it necessary. And I think we can all agree that that's like a tried and true statement. Like, at what point in time? What's the old adage? Like, when there's what is it like? When minutes matter, the cops are only an hour away or whatever. You know. When seconds matter, the cops are only minutes away, right? I'm like, so I take matters into my own hands. That's all. Which at some point in time meant me not having to ask for the government's permission to do things that I felt were necessary to protect myself. I don't care what it is, what you say I should and shouldn't do. Like, I'm alive now because of myself, not you. um, what race are you? What class are you? What class are you in real life? I'm a real life warlock, in-game mage. Real life mage, in-game warlock, in-game warlock, real life mage. Almost hit me that time. We have to get a third tower or cap one more time and hold the towers. Good God. Oh no. how crazy was it? Do you guys remember that time I got that tattoo on my arm and we were watching the East Side Dave show and then like a day later, guy that kind of looked like me showed up and had the exact same tattoo in the exact same spot on the exact same arm? Do you remember that? Now that was weird, right? I swear to God, dude. It was the strangest thing ever. Now, it's not like a very common tattoo either. And I shit you not, like I went and got the tattoo and then like a day later, I can find a video of it. And the guy was like, yeah, and this is my tattoo and I got this, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, I'm like, now talk about a glitch in the matrix, dude. I swear to God. I went and got the tattoo and like a day or two later on the only TV show on YouTube that I watched, period. Like very next day, I'm like, what sort of fucking Rick and Morty alternate fucking dimension shit is this? The very next day or two later, right? YouTube, fucking, what was the show? East Side Dave show or whatever. And the guy had a V for Vendetta tattoo on his arm. And I'm like, that was so weird. Because I'm like, that's at one point in time, I'm like, all right, now, aliens are fucking with me, right? What else, who could it be? Really, in all honesty, what else could it be? And I'm like watching this stuff and I'm like, I have to try and act like my life is normal when this shit is going on and has been going on for a while. I'm like, how do I just pretend like this is normal? Like, not just like he got the exact same fucking tattoo. It's the only TV show that I watched at the time. It was like the only thing I watched. And I'm like, I get home from work, I tune into the thing, and then he's like as soon as I click the button, the guy's like, and I got this tattoo. I'm like, the fucking glitch in the Matrix, dude, in real life. I swear to God. I can find the video and everything and show you my tattoo and the guy's in the video. I wish like 2016 or 17 it was, the East Side Dave show. Guy, real skinny guy. I was real skinny at the time. Tall, had fucking, it was so weird. How weird was that? That's like one of like a million just very strange things that have happened to me. And I'm like the interdimensional cable, basically.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Yeah, so weird, wasn't it? Yeah, it was so weird. Like a real deal, like talk about breaking the fourth wall. I'm like, where you forget if am I watching TV or looking in a mirror kind of things, right? Mind blown. Yep. So that was a very interesting period in my life, and then like shortly thereafter, working with a guy that had just ran for president and all that stuff. It was a very, if the correct word is cathartic. I'm sure it is, right? Well, no, I guess it wouldn't be. What's the thing like? Okay, that's like ameliorate. Pent up, overwhelming. I mean, it really was kind of weird, though. I mean, like, cathartic, I guess it could be. Certainly wasn't a mending process, but it was fucking weird. So it looks like the other day, dude, my my Serpent Shrine Cavern, my Serpent Shrine Cavern raid had, I think it said it had like 60 views. No, that was me reading the wrong number. Nope, all of your shit is viewless, basically. Oh, look, Arcane Mage. No, I had 8 views on one of these streams 2 weeks ago. Maybe one of these days I'll be able to monetize my YouTube channel. I I cannot imagine the sorry state someone has to be in to want to sit and watch me talk to myself all evening. Oh no, look at this though. No, 1 month ago, I had 61 views on one of these things. No comments though. Whatever you do, don't fucking comment, please. I have 5 subscribers. Well, that's like one of those things I just don't understand how to do correctly, and I don't really try that hard either. Like growing your Twitter account or your X account, maybe I should think about it like leveling. Hey, there's an app. Yeah, you could do a browser app, right? So what it does is, so it's got like a progress bar. No, this is a good idea. It's like a an alternate interface to X. So it's got a gamified posting and replying system. So you get like it caters like it's that Quester goddamn thing, that app I was having it in my head forever ago, but I didn't want to start too many things at once. With all this other shit going on, like right, juggling flaming bowling pins. I got 5 things on the thing they're cooking and all that stuff. 2 turkeys and a baby in the oven. I'm like, fuck, man, on a unicycle nonetheless, right? Um, God damn it. uh, what's the thing here? Yeah, but if you could a gamified X, like uses the API for X, right? And then each time you post, you get experience, and like it's done in a way that you only get granted experience whenever it is most advantageous for the algorithm to, like, you know what I mean? Like your daily check-ins, like, okay, you want to post the reply 10 times, and it's kind of like a scored, that's not that's actually, because for me, like, if you gamify anything, I'll do it, it's just fact, like, if I don't see any immediate results, I have a hard time sticking with things, but with leveling, I'm like, I do get to see a progress bar, and that's about all it takes to get me to do something. But that would be cool. Like I guess you could compare yours or like your social, whatever. Yeah, no, that'd be cool. Access API, X through that, because it's like, what do? You log in, you pay $10 a month to the service or get or whatever, and $5, $10 a month, and that allows you to, like, it gives you like quests to engage with other people's posts, and that way, and then you get a reward, like experience and levels for doing what the quest requests of you, no pun intended. And the quests are designed in a way to actually grow your X audience, right? Like you might set goals for yourself, like stream 1 hour a day, 3 days a week, right? And you get points for doing it, right? Reply to 15 posts, and then throughout the day, like reply to 8 more posts, craft 4 or 5 tweets, right? Provide original content like pictures, this, that, and the other thing, right? If you do all your daily check-ins, like all these quests are designed, they basically incorporate the X algorithm in a way that the quests are designed to grow your account, right? According to the algorithm, right? So you get your maximum account reach and all that. And all you have to do is follow the fucking steps instead of all this shit they always talk about, which, yeah, if you can gamify it, dude, that'd be cool.
Blessings upon your family.
Okay. They need it right now, so thank you. Yeah, dude, I'd love to be one of those guys. Like, I was really deprived of my opportunity to do this shit in the early days of Bitcoin, and in a terrible way too. Like, not only did it deprive me of my opportunity to participate in Bitcoin, it really did deprive me of my opportunity to be like a normal human too. You know, so I miss out on a whole lot. Now, I hope I have my second chance now to really like. That's why I'm so adamant about streaming every day and like pounding the pavement, because I want there to be like because I did it the first time and I didn't necessarily keep a catalog of it. You know, the technological options you had at your disposal, well, for me, none. You know what I mean? Um, quite literally, the government told me I wasn't allowed to use a computer. You know what I mean? When I was 18 years old, or 19, right? So my opportunity to do this, I had fucking just taken from me, you know, knowing about all this shit too, and not being able to participate in any way, shape, or form, it fucking bothered the shit out of me. To appease the state, nonetheless, right? So I'm so adamant about like pounding the pavement and sharing my, if you call it whatever, knowledge or whatever about the matter to people that might not have believed me the first time. You know what I mean? And that's not the only reason I do it too, but the reason why is I made a deal with myself when I was way younger. I was like, if I ever get an opportunity, you know what I mean, I'm going to secure as much of this thing as possible. Keep in mind that it's not just for myself. Like, these are like, I've got a list of people that I am like, okay, gifts, whatever, people that have done me right, you know, things I can do to pay it forward in the future, you know. So like, a sizable amount of what I have isn't even for me, and I intend on giving away most of what I have at some point in time. So I have to get there first, though, and I have to live my life a little bit with some of it, if the time or whatever, if the market does improve and all that. But I was like, I'm not going to be the guy that's sitting here now wishing I'd done more when I had the opportunity, because look, I had the opportunity when I was younger, and then I was told I couldn't, you know, and it really bothered the shit out of me. And I'm like, I'm not letting that opportunity slip through my fingers again, you know, like, no matter what. And right now, because of that, you know, times are tough, but I am not necessarily worried. But, you know, I would like to be the type of guy that in 10 years from now, people can look at what I said now and go, yeah, no, this guy really did have some at least insight or foresight into like what the future might look like, and cared enough to have an opinion about it when pretty much everybody remained quiet for whatever reason. I understand why for some people, but other people are also just like useless people. I say, like, I can't imagine what motivation they have unless they're driven by like basically the variety of people, and I believe that this is to a large degree, know of what I'm talking about and choose not to do anything because they aren't getting paid to say something. Or like, well, if you remember correctly, that's like the shittiest motivating factor. You know what I mean? Like, I understand we all need to get paid someday, but like, you can't speak highly of something that you know is fundamentally different and new and unique and all that, despite all of the shit floating around. Like, just in the name of being like, oh, like pro bono, you know what I mean? Like, your opinion costs nothing for you to have. And if it weren't for all the people getting rugged on pump fund, the people that sit there and pretend like their opinion is worth $20,000 a post on Twitter, look, that'll all dry up eventually, and those people will all be eaten out of the goddamn garbage like anybody else. It always happens, you know. Nobody's opinion is worth that, period, you know, unless you're like an athlete or something and a product endorsement of something, right? But these people that pretend like they're goddamn shit shovel circus, that and I have ran into quite a few people that are like, unless we say so, your project can't succeed, right? And like, that's more or less the people I'm trying to get rid of. That's more or less the people I'm trying to like call out on their bullshit. And really the only way to do that is to make an example of them and to come up with something that, well, you know, like, you might think that that's acceptable because what you're peddling is mostly shit, if not all entirely shit, right? I happen to believe that there is an opportunity for something that is unique to cryptocurrency to really innovate and change the scene for a while, you know? And I'm not the only one that thinks that. So there's a lot of like Bitcoin maximalists and old school crypto guys that really do understand like kind of what I'm getting at is like there's a lot of earmarks and things that are reminiscent of early day Bitcoin because you're like the least vocal people when it comes to that kind of thing are often the most educated and understanding on the matter. So like, and the thing is like the reason why is because sometimes it's hard to have a forward opinion of something like Bitcoin early on whenever you also have like a professional life and thing like you know what I'm saying, like sometimes it's difficult to risk your opinion or your what's the word I'm looking for here, to put yourself out there like that for something that isn't proven yet. And because there's a lot of things that come along sometimes and strike individuals is interesting, and there's like a vetting process. It takes time to really get to the point where we can be vocal about things that we know are different. uh, and I get the impression that we've all been burned before at least once in life by speaking too soon, right? um, so you have to really make sure, plus some of the shit's conditional, like when the time is right. The fact of the matter is, I'm not going to let any amount of naysayers and fucking Jeet artists, this, that, go pay to get it listed on Mexi, do something, right? And you're like, why won't the price of the token go up? Kind of, I'm like, the last people on Earth, like fucking die in a fire, you know, like the last type of person on the planet that I'm trying to give a shit about their opinion. Yeah, so like not to say I know when I'm right, but I know when something's special. Now, whether I'm right about it all in the end has nothing to do with me. I'm just a guy here, you know. It has everything to do with if crypto is in such a sorry state that they cannot recognize something that is different and do whatever is necessary to bring it to fruition, then maybe I'm in the wrong place. That's all. And I don't think I am. That's the thing is I can say almost indefinitely that I'm not. You know what I mean? Because um, for if no other reason than by the amount of inaction that I see, right? The amount of people that I see not participating, the amount of people that I see staying away from certain things, like is enough for me to understand kind of like, well, these are where things are going. We just don't want all the bad actors to be on board, right? Like they've spent the last 6 years running the show, crashing the goddamn market into the dirt over and over again, extracting liquidity through meme coins and perpetuating garbage. You're like, yeah, you've got to do whatever you have to do to keep those people out of the picture by all means necessary. You know, and some of that is like, some of that shit's like very uncomfortable things that you have to do to keep them away, right? Some of it might even be embarrassing. Some of it might even be like against what you really believe in. But you make exceptions for things when they're different. You know. And I'll be glad I did. You know what I mean? I always am. Cause I know when something's like fucking way more awesome than everything else, dude. I'm not a retard. I just play one on TV and in real life. But whatever. Really now, guy? Water elemental. Hit that guy. Punch that guy. Right in that dick. Punch him in the dick. And it's up to you whether or not you want to twist it. Thanks. Nice cape, he says. Oh, my Jared. God damn it. What you got on there? Aspect of the hawk. Put on aspect of the hawking. Like aspect of the hawking. You sure you got all terrain wheelchair. God damn it, bubble and heal. I can't do shit right now. Oh my god, dude. How upset are you? You must be the maddest person on planet Earth right now. The aspect of the hawking, bro. Chase me down, your all-terrain wheelchair and everything. Get rafflecoptered off the side of a mountain. Idiot. I called out DR. I was down to like 1 health for like a minute and a half. The guy was like trying to brush his teeth and backpedaling and all this, all this other shit. Oh fuck! Wrong fucking thing. God damn it! And of course, same fucking hunter. I don't know why my cone of cold didn't hit that guy. Whatever. Feign death. Burke. Same fucking guy. Same Beastmaster Hunter. I hate to get into it with the Beastmaster Hunter, dude. All they have to do is pop big red and fucking I die, you know? Depends on if he does or doesn't have his cooldowns up. And I need to get the add-on that shows me, like, their timers and all that shit. So when I... Not just their buff bar, but... See... I should have hit him, but... Shit, the Cone of Cold. I don't know, what the fuck, did I change something? Like, it just seems like my Cone of Cold should be hitting Arctic Reach, all that stuff, man, whatever. Shatter, Permafrost. I don't know if the spec's better or not, but Winter's Chill is good, and the thing that reduces your chance of getting hits even more awesome, but... Winter's Chill is good. I remember I used to do Battlegrounds where I'd get them to, like, I'd stack the Winter's Chill on, like, a Paladin or whatever, or Warrior, and get the 5 stacks on the Warrior, and then sheep them and kill the Paladin, and sit there and try to spam Dispel all day and never come off. Seed of Corruption. If I had a real desk and shit, dude, I would do much better just playing like a compromised kind of fucking hunkered over a keyboard or whatever. Oh, god damn it. That guy again, dude, really? That one got him. And another big red? Are you fucking serious? Didn't he just pop big red like 2 seconds ago? Yeah, I'm not all complexed up about needing to heal against a BM Hunter when I don't have any cooldowns. Fuck all that. He just popped that shit a second ago, didn't he? So can somebody explain what this stretch thing is and like why it's significant? I wish I had an AI to talk to about it to tell me, hey, explain this in fucking something that I would understand. Here's my vocabulary. Use these words to explain it to me. I have a new strategy against hunters. You should goddamn stand on top of them, arcane explode over and over again. Really? So what do I? How do I reduce the goddamn chance of getting resisted, dude? It's been a
The
like.
Legion will fall. Do not lose faith.
Oh, I'm trying not to, guy. But got 4.2% chance to hit. It's a nice cloak.
Good fortune.
Thank you. My mom made it for me out of a bunch of sweaters. She knitted into a quilt, and then she made me a cloak out of it. A little tacky, but God, dude, kill me. Whew. So, explain stretch to me, Google Gemini. How does it maintain that, though? Oh, a self-correcting variable dividend rate. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? The dividends. Oh, you know what? So the dividends self-corrected their interest rate. Self-correcting variable. Oh, of course there's variables. Same guy? Really? Not one of those wanted to proc a goddamn frostbite. God damn it, dude. Whole bunch of guys.
McGoddamn Donald!
Ronald McGoddamn Donald.
Ronald McGoddamn Donald!
We have their flag. Let's cap their thing there, and we can win. We can win this guy. Everybody needs a little help every now and again. We got this. I don't have a trinket for 5 more seconds. Apparently he's got the most resist of any rogue ever. Oh, you almost got that guy, didn't you? That might work in Counter-Strike, bro, but that shit ain't gonna work in World of Warcraft. Oh, we did lose the other tower, though. It's like their entire team there. God damn it. Oh my goddamn Donald, we're losing. Oh, look, here I am. Rock you like a hurricane. Anybody on my team? Where is my team? Are you fucking kidding me? Getting fucking. There's no indicator of my skill, trust me. It's just.
So, again, I'm not skinny.
This man
fighting this warrior earlier. It was the only warrior I fight that never puts in a spell shield or a spell reflect rather. Really now? Where the fuck is that guy? Really? Another fucking resist. Another resist. Don't know why. What do I have to do to get my fucking resist less? Less, rather. Cloak? This penetration's only like 20? Whatever. It seems like the only thing other than... The only thing other than just hit, and I'm hit capped. Derp-de-derp-der. Well, I thought we had more to say, but we don't. We didn't. Yep. Well, I must say I am the coolest person ever. Glad you guys agree. Let me show you my Hummel collection, right? Oh, that reminds me. That's always my favorite Mr. Show sketch ever. The guy, the Hummel, God damn it, the mountain climber sketch. I know I've probably showed this to people like 1,000 times. Mountain climber sketch, Mr. Show. the Ever's got retarded parents. That is too funny. The Bob Lamonta story. That's another one that's super funny. The story of Everest, right? He perfectly fell every time. Where is the actual thing at, though? I can't find the actual sketch. All I can see is a part of it.
Hello, I'm Larry Cleese. I'm a rapist. Have you considered insurance? Hello, I'm Larry Cleese. I'm a rapist. Are you interested? Hello, I'm calling about insurance. Please don't hang up, please. My name is Larry. I'm a rapist. People don't seem to be interested in insurance these days. I think the industry's in a slump.
Anyway, I'm gonna have to do Warsong Gulch or
Remember
something.
the lessons of the past.
Alright, Tad Base, and there's like nothing for me to do. Maybe you just want me to do arenas?
Keep it real. Yo,
Yo, what's up, dude? Ruins of Laradan. Today is a refuel day. Like, I get to eat nothing but like chicken and rice to the point where I feel like I'm out of like essential minerals and vitamins and shit. So every now and again, I have to go and get like a burger. Today's that day for sure. It's been like a month since I've had fast food. Flare, bro. Yes. Right on top of me.
Focus down. Plague. Will of the Forsaken. Dispel magic.
Really?
Cheap shot. Kidney. Dispel magic. Vanish. Cheap shot. PS.
That was so shitty.
Preparation. Vanish. Cheap shot. PS down. Death. Cloak of shadows. Power Shadow Fiend. Blind.
I trinketed to get, like, right as I trinketed, dude. That was pure fucking just shitty fucking luck. I shouldn't have trinketed because I only had a second left anyway, but whatever.
have a good one.
I should have just waited, but... Oh don't think it would have mattered. Like, you see how as soon as I fucking trinket it resapped. Lame. He got a flare in the right spot. That was just shitty luck. Should have just sat in the fucking thing, really. That, plus he should have had a trap down, I guess. I wouldn't know what to do if something never worked. I'd be so nervous. I wish there was a way to have it lock after I moved everything where I want it to have it lock where it is instead of like just drag the shit around like fucking all the shit's all over the place. All I wanted to move is just one window over here so I can see these things, right? But no. But no. Mage rogue. I don't know if we're at an advantage here or not.
Frost Ward. Frost Ward. Counterspell. Frost Ward. Water Elemental. Frost Nova. Cold Snap. Blue Strike. Vanish. Frost Nova. Blind. Step. Preparation. Vanish. Step. Counterspell. Icy Danes down. Cloak of Shadows. Cloak down. Evasion down. Sprint. Stealth. Stealth.
Really? Son of a bitch.
Deep Shot. Cloak of Shadows. Blind. Cloak down.
Those will make you nervous.
Yo!
Chronokai Christo.
Kind of tired. I wish she's would pop now.
Dionysaka.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
Oh. Well, now, what are you wearing? Mom? What are you wearing, Mom? Gladiators, and then the Merciless Gladiator. They don't. I thought they had the Kodohide, Wormhide. So he's got like he wants that double resilience bonus, I guess. 235 resils or whatever.
Frostward. Water elemental.
Oh my.
Blink. Ice seekers. Focus spell. Frost Nova. Ice block. Fear. Success. Cold snap. Fear. Countered. Counterspell. Frost Nova. Fear. Success. Ice gains down. Fear. Success. Tommy. Counter.
Good heals.
Fear.
None of my wants, motherfucker. Get demoralized, bro.
Arcanon Poros.
log after a few more of these, maybe after this one. Well, I'll have to cap this by myself. None shall pass. Really? I guess unless you're that guy, and for some reason, just freaking not gonna hit him for whatever reason. Is there a way up here from there? Oh no. He's gonna get me on the next one though. Thought I had him on that one. Yep, double paladin. God damn it. I'm getting four capped. I don't even take this thing. I don't even take the cap this thing. Oh God.
That's still charging. I can't cast that. That spell doesn't work. That's still charging. I can't cast that.
Yeah, I'm gonna log after this and watch some television. Try to be on later, I guess. I have a raid tonight, but well, what do you do about it? Four capped. Yeah, this is like 10 minutes between each match and fucking getting four capped. Lame.